forgot to turn that off. There we go. Hi, everybody! How are y'all doing today? I hope everyone's having a good day. Alright, let me go through the backlog. Congratulations, Bird, on first. Hi, hello. Congratulations, Lumen, on Cooler first. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. And hello again. And no worries if you can't stick around. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it a lot. Hi, Abby. Hi, everybody. How are we all doing today? I managed to do a stupid and burn my fingies. Congratulations on you for being awesome and cute. It's true. It's true. I managed to burn my fingies today. I was making myself some food using my air fryer, and I did a stupid. I'd finished making myself food, so I went and put like the piece of my air fryer in the sink, and to clean them up, and I just was like, oh, I'll just move this bit here, and I grabbed a piece, forgetting that it was at like 200 degrees Celsius, and I burnt my fingies. Because I'm stupid.
Hi!
Hi, Belda. Welcome in.
Nice.
I've been doing a lot of stuff in Tomodachi Life since Monday. I've been kind of just turning it on every now and then, messing around with it. Yay, pets! I've added a few friends to the island. Hibiki and Miku finally started dating, which was fun. And I got over my crush on Mao Mao, which is nice because she's half my age. I also went and remodeled the island entirely. I might have to do that again, though, because I'm not super happy with it. Thank you for the glasses. I've been having so much fun with Tomodachi Life. It's so silly. It's just playing toys. It's just playing toys, and I love playing toys. I have a cold pack from my freezer that I'm like gripping to try and cool my fingers down so they don't get badly burned. But hopefully that helps. Oh, sleepy. I have a bit of a headache today. I had a bit of a stressful morning. But everything is sorted out now. Yeah, I know I was supposed to be doing a hat in time today. But unfortunately, Melora couldn't make it again. I don't blame her, she's got a lot going on. But hopefully, I've been promised next week, so hopefully next week we'll be able to continue a hat in time. I was going to play some Tomodachi Life today, but I kind of figured I really want to get to that second part of the drawing we didn't finish yesterday. So I want to do some more drawing. I decided. I don't know how this one's going to go, because I have less of a clear image of the character design for this one. I think I know what I'm doing, but we'll see. We'll have to see. Sleepy. I was gonna say something and I don't remember what it was. This happens a lot. I just kind of forget what I was talking about. And I get myself like a list of things I want to talk about in like yap about, but and then I forget about them. It happens. It's fine. ADHD is like that. It really is. It's like that so much. It happens to me all the time. ADHD is really tough to deal with. And I can't even get it properly diagnosed. I tried, but they won't do it. There's a lot of belief that ADHD is like a quote unquote children's thing. So if it didn't get diagnosed as a kid, you can't possibly have it. That's like a common thing even among healthcare, and it's so frustrating. Because like ADHD can be really distressing at times. Like, sure, I get a little scatterbrained and I forget things a lot, but it goes kind of beyond that. Like, the occasional, like, being a little scatterbrained and a little forgetful is kind of cute. But when it's like, I can't remember things I did 15 minutes ago. I forget really important things all the time. I have trouble keeping track of things. I often feel like I just like lose memories constantly. And so I'm like I just like don't remember half of my life. And it's pretty distressing. Plus, it makes it really difficult to like manage things, because one of the things that ADHD often comes with is executive dysfunction, which is like inability to do things, and that's not just limited to things that are unpleasant. Please don't take a shot for every aspect or relate to with your ADHD. You're gonna die of liver poisoning. Please don't take a shot every time then. Yeah. I have quite severe executive dysfunction. And I won't pretend I don't. I try my best to manage it, but it is... Like, I can't get ADHD medication, so I'm having to try and, like... Just kind of run straight at it and hope I can fix it. And manage it. Which is more successful some days than others. That times I was screaming myself, I do something and your ass won't get up. Yeah, same. Yeah. It's got a little bit easier. Moving in since I moved into my new place, because this place is specifically designed to be easier to manage. Which means that just like the barrier to entry to like cleaning and things is like way less than it used to be. Which just means I can like when I need to, I'm more likely to be able to, if that makes sense. Like even just basic stuff like having access to a dishwasher is a life changer. Because it's a significantly less executive overhead to like set a dishwasher going than it is to clean a pile of dishes by hand. Which means I can do it more often through executive dysfunction. I can't always do it, but yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, Builder, I feel that. Emails me food? What kind of food? What kind of food? Yeah, like one of the ways I manage it is actually with food. I often like the way it works for me at least is that This is what I've been calling executive overhead, which is like the barrier to entry, I guess, to starting a task. And the lower it is, the more likely it is I'll be able to do it. It doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to be able to. Sometimes I'm literally like, I gotta do this thing. It's really easy. Why can't I do it? Why can't I do it? Why can't I do it? Right? But it's not like a black and white thing. It comes in levels. And so the more difficult a task is to start, the less likely that on any given day I'm going to be able to start it, if you see what I mean. It's not like a guarantee I'm going to be able to do it at any time, but there's going to be more opportunities I get to. So one of the things I do is I make sure that I always keep a lot of very easily accessible food to make sure that I eat every day. Because I very rarely have the energy to like get up and actually cook. But that's slightly different from like I have things that are like at various levels of easy to make. Like I often keep like frozen pizza in my freezer just because putting a frozen pizza in the oven is like a very, very low, has like a very low mental load. Going to start the task, looking at it for a few seconds and giving up without doing anything. So real! That's so real! I do that so much. But yeah, like, putting a frozen pizza into my oven is a very low mental load task. But even, like, cooking a simple meal is a much higher one, even if it doesn't actually take that long. So I make sure I have options so that when I'm not able to do stuff, when I'm not able to, like, put the mental load in to, like, actually cook, I can still eat. I may not have the best diet, but at least I'm eating stuff every day. I eat food every day. Done that for a few hours before? Yeah. Usually it's anywhere from seconds to minutes, but I've done it for up to hours before. It's not fun. Oh. My fingies hurt. Can't believe I did something so stupid. Can't think of a time it was ever that short. I mean, it's kind of like a look at the task, realize that no matter how long I stand there, I'm never going to start it, and then go and do something else, or just sit down and do nothing for several hours. Usually the latter. Usually it's sit down and do nothing for several hours. My fingies hurt. I mean, I know why my fingies hurt, but why my fingies hurt? And drink some tea. I have a headache. I didn't sleep super good. Oh, I just remembered the dream I had. The dream I had last night was really funny. I had a dream last night that there was a game console that someone used Gen AI to generate, like, to build and design. And it was so nonsense. Half the buttons weren't buttons. They were just kind of like a molded plastic. The D-pad had a joystick on the top button. The joystick itself was made of 4 smaller joysticks underneath a regular joystick. And one of the buttons that didn't work was labeled exact. The exact button. Which I realized was because I realized the button was labeled exact because they had likely put into the Gen AI prompt that they wanted the exact layout that they'd written out, so it put exact on the layout. Okay, I will drink an unshrimp. Hi, Rixie. How you doing? You got to make dinner, decided you need to make a frozen pizza or something, stood in the kitchen for 2 hours before finally taking it out of the freezer and waiting for like half an hour again before I take it out of the packaging. Yeah. How many times have you left gifts by the door thinking I won't forget them if they're right here? All the time! My dream last night involved zombies at one point. It goes directly to the mental waste bin. I have all zombie dreams very fast. You don't have dreams? That's unfortunate. Or fortunate. Sometimes dreams are awful. I often don't sleep well when I have like vivid dreams. Yeah. Yeah, I've done the same. Not as often. Usually once I've started the task, I can continue it to the end when it's a short one like that. But I have done that before. I'm more likely, I am generally more likely to just delay the whole task itself for several hours. I've done that before too, quite a lot. So sleepy. I accidentally stayed up really late last night. I wasn't intending to. I was like, I was just like hanging out and some friends.
When you play with fire.
Thank you for gifting a sub to Abby, bud. Thank you very much. It helps a lot. I appreciate that immensely, and enjoy your emotes and stuff, Abby. Usually happens when you're eating dinner too late from having delayed trying as well. Yeah, fair. The only part of his dreams last night they both remember and feel comfortable sharing is the part where I drove a convertible through a swimming pool. As you do. I mean, that's just normal. What was I saying? I was saying something and I don't remember what I was saying. I don't remember. Heck. My brain's just gone blank. What was I saying? Nice to be illegal. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. I appreciate those a lot. I like pets. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember what I was talking about. My brain just made like several leaps down a logic train to get back to what I was talking about. So I was just hanging out in some friends' streams last night. Just in the chat, just kind of chilling. Hey, Samal, welcome in. And they were playing Tomodachi Life. And so I grabbed my Switch and just opened up Tomodachi Life for a few minutes. 4 hours later, I realized it was 5 a.m. and I needed to go to bed. The game's really got a hold on me. We will be streaming that again at some point, probably next Monday. We'll see. Though I may have to start streaming later on Mondays. Because the Fabula Ultimate game, I'm bringing it full circle, the Fabula Ultimate game is also going to be taking place earlier in the day on Mondays. I feel like you'd be dead if you stayed up till 5 a.m. for video games. Honestly, well, no secret, me too. That's why I have a headache. fortunately for me, I'm used to, like, just existing through intense pain, so I just do that anyway. There's a reason I don't play games as much. Did that sort of thing too much, got burned out on them. A hiccup. So you need to stop running the risk of it happening, especially since it wouldn't actually be that fun for me. Very fair! There's a lot of stuff that you can burn out on very easily if you kind of push yourself too hard with it. I go in phases with a lot of my hobbies, actually. There are times when I sit and do a lot of stuff all at once. And I spend like most of my free time doing one thing or the other. And then I kind of lose steam with it, and then I just don't do it for like 6 months, and then I come back to it. It's like that it's particularly noticeable with stuff like anime. Where I will watch a bunch of shows, I will binge older shows, I will watch new ones as they're airing, and I will just use a lot of my free time just watching anime. And then eventually I'll just kind of lose steam with it, and I just won't watch any anime for months. And then I'll go back to it, and I'll be binging stuff again. If you've not watched anime in like 3 years, that's fair. There's been some good stuff come out recently. I've been watching Witch Hat Atelier and Demons of the Shadow Realm. And they're really good. Witch Hat Atelier is really special. I can tell why a lot of people were really excited for it, because I've not read the manga, but I had it recommended to me a lot. And I can see why. Demons of the Shadow Realm just kind of came out of nowhere, though. I'd never heard of it before. You've heard of Witch Hat? Yeah, the manga does have good reviews. It's really solid. I understand why people love it. But Demons of the Shadow Realm is written by the same person as Full Metal Alchemist. And it shows. It's really good. It does some interesting stuff. Like, there's some cool twists. And it's really, really cool. And I like the characters in it. May have been Star Trek DS9 lately? Oh, heck yeah. Last time I watched was Delicious in Dungeon. Also very solid. Really good show. Read the entirety of the manga, but haven't been watching a lot of anime recently. Very fair. I still need to catch up on, like, Season 2 of Frieren. I still haven't watched that. It's almost like a woman breaking into a male-dominated field almost always proves why it being a male-dominated field was a dumb and kind of bad idea to begin with. Yeah! I mean, she's not the like, only female mangaka, but she is one of the prolific ones. You should watch any Star Trek. Kind of same, honestly. I've not really watched any. I don't know if I'd like it, to be honest. Like, I definitely can appreciate it, but I don't know if I'd like it, if you see what I mean. Original Star Trek is still very good. I can see that. Like, I think that there's a difference between, like, being able to appreciate something for what it is and, like, understanding that it is good media and appreciating what it does and actually enjoying the experience of watching it. You know you would, it just has the same mental block problem Doctor Who had with me for about 18 years. I fell off Doctor Who. I used to watch it a lot. Back when the newer series started airing. I call it the newer series because it kind of technically is still, but what I mean by that is the revival that started with Christopher Eccleston. When that started airing, I used to watch that a lot, like every week with my family. We'd all like sit down and watch Doctor Who. And it was fun. I enjoyed it. And I kept that up for a while. I kept like watching Doctor Who for a long while, and then I got a few episodes into Peter Capaldi's series and realized I wasn't enjoying it anymore. It had definitely started to fall off in Matt Smith's era a bit, but it was really the Peter Capaldi one that really killed it for me. There was one particular episode was when I realized that I was not going to enjoy Doctor Who anymore. There's an episode in Peter Capaldi's series which features one of my favorite media tropes of all time, and I hated it. Like, Capaldi as a doctor is great. Like, I love the way he acts the character. But there was one episode that really... It wasn't just the one episode, but this was kind of the nail in the coffin kind of thing. There is an episode in Peter Capaldi's run where they discover that the moon is a giant egg. And the trope, I really love the quote-unquote moon's haunted trope. I love the trope of the moon's fucked up and we gotta deal with it. I love that trope. But that episode was so bad. It was just really weird. And then it ended with a weird anti-abortion message, which was just wild. Like, what were they doing? What were they doing with that? One thing that's been bugging me for a long time is the double moon trope, where there's second usually evil or ominous moon. I kind of like that when it's done well. Like, I've seen that trope used in a couple of things that have done it really well. I really like how it was done in FF14. I'm trying to think of something else. Did the Elden Ring DLC have like a second ominous moon? I don't remember that. Triple moon trope with a third moon is just stoned. Why is my app manager so messed up today? I don't know. I hope the stream is okay for everyone. Twitch was being a little weird earlier, and I'm hoping the stream is going okay. Wasn't the best episode, but I didn't mind it too bad. I was going to say it wasn't actually textually anti-abortion, it just got swept up in a reactionary way, but actually it still is, I guess. Well, here's the thing. I didn't look at like any of the replies to that. I just realized that was what it was. Whether it was intentional or not, I don't know. But we're not on the second moon, we're banished to the Shadowlands. Oh, that makes sense. So, the spoilers for a Doctor Who episode that's several years old, I guess. They discover the moon is a giant egg. And the whole premise of the episode is that if the egg hatches, it's going to destroy the Earth. Like, that's the premise of the episode. And so, the solution they come up with is that they have to effectively abort the egg. They have to kill the thing inside it so it can't hatch. And in the end, they just kind of don't, and it hatches and everything's fine because it lays a new egg immediately. And it's like, circle of life, I guess. We should just let the natural causes do what they do. And that's the conclusion. Which is weird, right? That's really weird. Thank you for the melon. Like, it doesn't take much beyond a surface level reading to understand what that is supposed to say. The lying machine said that it's related to a Buddhist optical illusion where you hold your finger up to your face and use double vision to see two moons. I wouldn't trust the lying machine with anything. I wouldn't. I have still proudly never used the lying machine. And I will not use it, because even using it causes a lot of problems. There's a lot of, like, ethical concerns with using it. and it uses a lot of water. I just don't want to use it. And I won't use it. It would trust me with kissing women? Me too. Yeah, I wouldn't trust the lying machine with anything, and I would never use it for any purpose. Not even to joke about it. It's not worth it. I avoid it at all costs. Because frankly, it's actually not that hard to not use the lying machine. I don't want to go into the whole thing with Gen AI, but Gen AI and LLMs bad is basically my stance on it. And I have that stance, despite having followed the technology since about 2006. I was following like papers and things on the technology for years because I thought it had interesting applications. And then this is what they did with it, and I hate it. And they've kind of ruined the technology for everybody. It wasn't a technological leap that caused this shift. It was people deciding they were above any kind of ethical ramifications. Subsonic noise from those data centers has been proven to harm people in the surrounding area like poison. Yeah. It's also causing water shortages, air pollution. It's horrific. And completely unnecessary because it's not doing anything. It's not even making the rich people more money. They're just passing around the same money in investments. It's literally the definition of, it's a definition of a pyramid scheme. A Ponzi scheme that done with a bubble that is going to burst eventually. And whether it bursts explosively or like a wet fart, I don't know, but it's gonna happen. Because there just is nothing it can produce, is the problem. Quality had some of the highest highs and pretty low lows, sadly. Moffat has always been overrated. Yeah! I think the thing with Moffat is he can write a decent short story, but he can't write a long story arc, and he has a lot of problems with, like, women. Most we ever needed was hard-coded, pattern-based chatbots that just respond to specific keywords. Exactly! Bring back Twitch redeems as Discord bots. Yes. Bring back Cleverbot, I guess. Yeah. The thing is, Simon, I don't trust that number because it's all inflated and where does that come from? Right? Where does that number come from? Cleverbot still has some neural network stuff under the hood? I don't think so. I think even if it did, it was very basic stuff and wasn't like the LLM nonsense that we're dealing with now. Because the reality is that the Gen AI bubble isn't actually producing any money. Most of all the companies are losing money hand over fist. But what they're getting is promised investment over and over, and promised returns, which is being used as collateral for that investment. Like, a great example is OpenAI buying out potential graphics cards from Nvidia using money they don't have. It's all being rearranged on the assumption that the money will come eventually. That's the problem. And the gains are not actually there because it's all just investment being passed around itself under the assumption that eventually the money will flow in. But it's a closed system. Well enough in time, the Doctor falls twice one time. Yeah, that was cool. I do remember that one, I think. I watched the occasional episode after I stopped really caring about it, but there were some cool things in Doctor Who. One thing I liked, actually, was a thing that I don't see many people talking about, And it was a thing that happened during the David Tennant era. Which is that... It's... time Microsoft said we need someone to come up with a use for these AI models or else the experiment's over and was a massive waste. Yeah, exactly. There's no actual use for them. They're not giving the savings that they're promising, but they're still promising savings. Fundamentally, what the AI bubble is trying to solve, the problem the AI bubble is trying to solve is wages. They are trying to save having to pay people wages. And the problem is, they don't do the work that people do. So they're not actually saving any money. It's also not a problem. Exactly. It's a problem in inverted quotes, like in inverted commas and in quotes. It is a quote unquote problem from the rich who want to get richer and hate the fact that they have to use some of their money to pay other people for stuff. They hate that. They want to just keep making money and not have to pay people for it. The rich want slaves, and they think AI can get them that, and it can't, because it's not AI. It's not intelligent. Gen AI won't work because it's a bubble, but if it does work, which it doesn't seem to have the trajectory for at all, it doesn't, and it can't, and I will explain that in a second. Replacing people leads to another horrible issue in unemploying a bunch of people. Yeah, exactly. But AI can't do that, because it's not AI. AI is a marketing term. And it was replaced in the research term in the 1980s with machine learning, which itself is a misleading term. Fundamentally, what Gen AI is, on the programming level, is a graph minima finding algorithm. It is an algorithm for finding the minima of an arbitrary function. Basically what that means is you have a for those who don't know what that means, that is a really complicated graph with like multiple dimensions, like hundreds of dimensions of stuff, and it is finding the smallest number on that graph somewhere. That is the problem it is solving. What it then does is it basically, your quote-unquote training is effectively making that graph out of a comparison between the output of this function and some quote-unquote true data. And effectively, the algorithm just tries to minimize the difference between those two. It's not thinking. It's not reasoning. It can't hold information and reprocess it. It just plugs a thing into some numbers and goes. It can't do anything complicated. All it's doing is a lot of very simple things. It's just adding up numbers. And I know that sounds like gauche, but like, it's not got any kind of processing faculty. That's why it can't do basic maths. Without like special cases put in there to do basic maths. Because it has no ability to reason. It's effectively the same technology as your phone's text-to-speech, not text-to-speech, your phone's predictive text. Just on a much larger scale. It doesn't have any thought process. It can't replace a person because it isn't a mind. It isn't a brain. It's just a calculator. And you're trying to replace people's thought processes with a calculator. It's not what it's for, and it's not gonna work. But yeah. Actually, I got my undergrad dissertation on learning AI at university. This was obviously a long time before the whole AI bubble nonsense. But I got my undergrad dissertation was on using machine learning techniques. So I know a little bit about how they work. I could build one if I wanted to. I don't want to anymore. I thought they were cool initially because they were like a really interesting system. An additional minor accessory to tack on the character design or a separate simple thing to draw. I don't want to do that specifically because it's going to be a long time before I get to that point and I will forget because we're actually drawing a completely new drawing today. So I'm gonna refund that one because I will forget by the time we get there. Let me just scroll through these two. I gotta scroll through a lot of stuff. We will refund you those points. Okay. So we're not gonna do that one just because it'll be a long time before we get to the point of adding details to the design. Alright. Why don't we do a short ad break a little bit early? I'll drink some tea. We'll do a little BRB, we'll do an early ad break, and then we'll get into the drawing. Because then we don't have the ad break like right after starting the drawing. So I'm gonna BRB and we'll go into the art after I get back. So I will see you in a few minutes, everybody. I hope this works with my app manager not working, but I guess we'll find out. Welcome back, everybody. How are y'all doing? Okay, so this is who we drew yesterday. This is Juniper. She's my new TTRPG character. And the game we're doing is Fabulous Ultimate. Also, hi Minnie. I missed you there. Hope you're doing okay. So we drew Juniper yesterday. But this Fabulous Ultimate game is set in a kind of sci-fi world where we're gonna be like diving into like a digital network, and we'll have like digital avatars when we do that. So while I have drawn her, we need to draw her digital avatar, which is a whole different thing. So I think I need to change canvas size, and we're going to pull it out this way. Need quite a bit more space here, I think. That should take a bit, but it should do it. There we go. So, let me get some references up, because I think references are going to make a big difference. First of all, we can start with this one. I have an idea of like what she needs to look like. And so I'm going to grab a few references for that's the wrong thing. I need a few references to like get an idea of the vibe. And I'll kind of use these. We also have this one. There was one right. You. So I need a couple of you. She's gonna look quite different, I think, in her digital form. These are all our reference images. Actually, maybe we'll use... I think this might be the better reference, actually. Yes, you're going to be a better reference. This, I think, is going to be the... gets a reference of the right point. Because we need big fists. We're getting big hands! Okay. So these are our reference images. We're going to make them a little bit smaller so they're not taking up quite so much space. Okay. I'm going to move the Hibiki one down a bit because I quite like Edna's boots. Okay. So now we can kind of get started on kind of pose reference. Now I have a pose that's kind of in mind that's kind of similar to Lana's pose, actually. Alright! Hey Squidsurf, welcome in. Let's see. Don't eat my art, please. It's got kind of a body twisted this way. Hi, Sax. Welcome in. Thank you for this 3-stream streak. That's 3 whole streams. I might actually start with like just a stick person figure so I can kind of understand like, because this is quite a complicated pose and I'm not super used to that. I do actually also need, actually that kind of covers it because I need it. She needs to have a big stick. Let me see. Just like a big stick across here is the idea. That's the kind of pose I was looking for. Okay. You'll also eat the art? Please don't eat the art! Okay. You eat your own art? You won't do it without your express permission? You could eat your own art, I guess. I guess that's a thing you could do. Okay. Okay, I think that pose is about right. So the juxtaposition here is the idea is that she is like this tall looking like really cool hot lady IRL. And then her digital form is this tiny little cute girl. So she has this nice little juxtaposition. That's the idea. Okay. Now we gotta build up the layers, so we'll start with a basic head shape. He's also gonna have like long, pointy ears. Maybe tilted down could be quite fun. Yeah, I think that's quite good. Okay. Hair-wise, I know how her hair looks. It's very similar to Lana, which is why I had that there. Got like a long strand here, coming down this way. Sweeping thing across the brow like that. She also has like a big side ponytail is the idea. I want to get like a... I want it to have like this loop in it, which I think will look really cute. It's kind of the idea. Give it a 5 stream streak. The eye line there is wrong, so we kind of want it to go there. It's a little too high up. That's a little too low. Need to get her eyes in there, I think. Let's have her like be winking. I think that'll look cute. That's kind of it. I think this needs to come down this way a little bit more. Yeah, that's a little better. This comes through here, and now she's gonna have this kind of like wide-shouldered tailcoat, which I think is a cool idea. She has this big collar. Like, there's similarities with her, like, there's some interesting similarities, I think, with her, maybe the big collar to go almost all the way up her neck. Yeah, there we go. There's going to be some similarities with her IRL design, which I think is going to look cool. Let's do the collar first. A tail gun sounds like a great idea. She does not have a tail gun. I do want her to have like a star pin on her chest, just at the base of her neck, which holds her collar in. And this kind of holds the coat together. She could have a tail gun. She doesn't have a tail. But she does have a gun staff. She has a staff with a gun. And this tail coat is actually going to stop about there, because we're going to put something else there. She has boob, but a pretty small boob. That's the idea. So I think we just hint at them with some... That needs to go way lower down. Like down here. I think we just hint at boob with the shading. What if remote-controlled mech appendage does so happen to be placed like a tail? That would be very cool. Doesn't really suit this character's design, sadly. She has a gun on her staff. She shoots with a gun. She is going to have like a big tail coat, though. She's split in two. She'll like that, so we're going to raise this side. Sequel to Mechanicus just released. You have barely enough money to buy it. I mean, you could. You'd have $1 left? Okay, maybe save a little bit more than $1. Maybe just a little bit more than $1. Honestly, I'm liking how this is looking so far. Let me take a quick look at Hibiki here. Because she needs to have really big gloves. Which gives her massive hands. Give me your art so you can sell it. You'll split the profit 70-30. Okay. Sure, that sounds reasonable. That's a reasonable thing to ask. This is too small. Like, this is good. It just needs to be bigger. This is not the most unreasonable thing you've ever asked. It's true. You've asked me some very unreasonable things in the past. She also needs just a really massive hand. Does she need more hands? No, she just needs bigger hands. She needs more limbs generally? No, she just needs really big hands. Her whole thing is that she has really big hands. I'm taking a look at Hibiki. So I think she needs like these mech, like knuckles. Yeah, that's definitely adding a lot. Having more limbs is like having big hands? How exactly? Is exaggeration normal proportions and such? I see. Actually gonna cut that off a little bit earlier. There's like cushioning here. The idea. She's like holding her hands in place. Drawing hands at weird angles is really hard. Need to rotate this hand a little more. It's be more like this. Also, forgot to give her ears. She got like pointy elf ears, but pointing down because I think that's cute. Right, I got a ruler. Can I just like do this? Okay, that is very off from where it needs to be. The whole arm needs to be different. So we're just gonna do that. In fact, what we'll do is, if I grab the thing, we're going to draw a straight line on another layer to get an idea of where the staff is going. Because I think it needs to go up like that. Means this whole glove needs to move down a bit. This whole arm needs to move down a bit. Okay, I think that's good. Okay. See how the wrist moves. Okay, that should do. What's the idea? Again, this is just also another very rough one, so we're doing a very rough pass to get an idea, and then we'll clean it all up afterwards. Leave the rust past and calls into a fetal position? Understandable, honestly. Out or in? So we go. It's like that. Okay. Okay. I think this more or less works. I think the torso is a bit long, so we're going to make that a bit shorter. Yeah, the torso is definitely too long. Yeah, it definitely should be more like that. Hi, Marshall. Welcome in. Oh yeah, that definitely fits a lot better. It's just a lot cleaner. Just vibing today? Let's go. I love vibing. I don't know how long we'll go today because I do have quite a bad headache, but we'll see. Okay, I like that. I think this looks cool. She's gonna have basically the same kind of outfit as here, like the same bodysuit. But she's just a little bit slimmer, actually. She needs to kind of go this way. That leg's in the at the wrong angle. We've moved it up. Big belly button there is the idea. I'm just gonna dotted line draw in like the rest of her body. So I can kind of get an idea myself of where her body actually is. So I think it's looking a little chunky right now. Yeah, that's definitely better. Okay. Shoes wise, I actually think we just keep them as like flat shoes like that. Now her head is a little big here, so we'll make that a little bit smaller. Come on, CSP. Let me move. Let me move my thing. That's better. Okay. Okay, let me. I'm gonna add the neck. Which includes the top of the bodysuit. We've still got these in there. I think that's the idea. It's a little bit high actually, let me see there. Okay. So I think that's kind of the vibe. We're gonna add some slight detailing on the feet. This. And then just some soles to the feet. Cool. I wanna take another look at the head again. I think I can actually I'll skew it slightly. We're not going to draw the weapon in just yet. We'll do that last. We'll do like the whole detail of this, and then we'll draw the weapon in on top. I do think, though, this arm's too long. Yeah, that looks better already. Okay. We'll keep that there as a guide. Now, we gotta do some more cleanup. Not doing clean lines just yet. We're just gonna do another layer of cleanup. Just gonna draw this in to kind of get an idea of how it looks. Yeah, I like that expression a lot, actually. Doodle Recky eating a burger with your mouse because your drawing pad is acting funny? That sounds cute. Tin fan art? Let me see. Let me see. Eh. Hi, Drexy. Welcome in. I don't. I'm struggling to find it, so we're gonna just keep going on the drawing for now. Hope you're having a good day. You drew for like 3 years with a mouse. That's kind of impressive, actually. Drawing with the mouse is tough. Skinny neck? Yeah, skinny neck. What are you gonna do if you got no drawing pad? Pencil and paper, yeah. If I had a neck that skinny, maybe I'd get dates? Maybe. Who knows? Keep the loop a bit smaller. There we go. Let's go with that. My friend took a woman's vitamin pill and got knocked out like it was fentanyl? Oh jeez. Yeah, I kinda like this. I want to have like really big hair. He says suspenders? Suspenders? Who's got suspenders? She's not wearing suspenders, no. She's got a bodysuit on. Oh, it's not suspenders. No. She's wearing basically the same thing as this. Where it's like a bodysuit. Yeah, like a morph suit. Exactly. Well, she got the Thanos gauntlet. She got two, actually. Because it looks cool. And I think it's super cool of her to have, like, two huge sci-fi gauntlets. Is it like the League of Legends gloves? I haven't played League of Legends in so long. I don't know, actually. Bead gloves, yeah, bead gloves. You only watched the show? I haven't seen the show. You miss plasticky lighting in video games? Yeah! There was an era of JRPGs, which is kind of like the early PS3 and late PS2 era, whose lighting systems I really liked. Because they were trying to, like, recreate the idea of, like, hand-animated anime, right? But they didn't have the, like, technical ability to do the, like, complicated lighting. So they just faked it. They baked in some basic lighting into the character textures. And then they just, like, fully lit or fully unlit the character based on whether they were standing in shadow or not. And I think it looked super cool. You know, so using vertex layers? I use vertex layers so that if I need to, I can correct lines later. You're using vector layers, yeah. Because you're very efficient when you start redrawing the drawing 3 different times gives you the best result. That's fair. I'm on my 3rd version of it right now. Although this is like the 2nd version with full detail. And I'm gonna do clean lines is probably after this one. You should have no space one of those little key shortcuts doodad boxes. Yeah. I have some keyboard shortcuts on my on my tablet and stuff, but I mostly just use keyboard shortcuts. Change this design slightly. Basically bringing this down a little bit. Having it just have a second layer like that, so there's like a lip, you think will work well? Yeah, looks good. Doing multiple sketch passes really helps. Requires a lot more patience than I usually have myself. Yeah. I think this is why I tend to only really do art when I'm streaming most of the time. Because it helps with the patience element, just to have, like, people watching and being able to, like, yap to folks while I do it. Hi, Marshall. I see you watching, observing. I stream art, I do my goob art style instead because then people see how many times it takes to actually finish a drawing and you want to explode. Yeah, it's very easy to get distracted while drawing. You get me playing music while drawing and a good song comes on, I'll literally sidetrack what I'm doing. Yeah. Honestly, it's like I say, like it's really hard to draw and like keep focus, which is why I tend to like do it while streaming. For some reason, it seems to help my focus. We sitting for 6 hours without realizing. Yup. Wish you could draw hands, but hands is really hard. Hands are really hard to draw. Feet are somehow easy. I actually have a harder time with feet, weirdly. Kind of depends on the foot, actually, though. Now I think about it. Sometimes feet are easy. Sometimes they're really hard. My biggest convenience in 3D. Yeah. Fair. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I'm liking the look of this. You made hand successfully once. Now I could just graph this and anything repeatedly. Oh, that works. Okay. Just leave that as it is. Actually, maybe we pull this back slightly. We may not finish this one today, because I don't want to go for 6 hours again today. If only just because I have a headache. No, I think we'll leave that where it was. It's struggling. Actually, I think I know what's wrong with this. It's actually just too far over and he's moving slightly. Why did Discord just open? That was weird. Yeah, I think that's gonna work better. Yeah, that already looks better. Okay. I think we move on to clean lines. But it is nearly ad break time. I think we're 10 minutes out, but I'm going to do one early so I can stretch my neck because I have a bit of a headache. So, we're going to run an ad. I'm going to get myself some tea and we're going to reconvene this and do some clean lines. And we'll work on the weapon after we've done the clean lines, I think. So I will see you all in a few minutes. And when I get back, we'll continue this. Okay, I will see you in a few minutes, everybody. Hi everybody, I'm back. We gotta do the clean lions. Which means we're going to the pen. Is this the right size for these lions? Let's see. It's a little thick actually. Must be about 8, I think. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, that's looking good. Ah. Is the curve for the top of the head always difficult? Hair is weird. Hair is weird stuff. Okay. Clean this up a little. Okay. Okay, I think that works. We'll leave this hair for now, and we'll do that later. think we do make the neck slightly thicker. Yeah. Still a very slender neck, but it's the wrong angle. More like that, I think. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think that's gonna work. Just gotta finish up that hair. Okay. Let's clean up that edge. Go. Same on this side. There we go. I don't have a ton of confidence in my art. But I also tend not to hate it when I do actually draw. I tend to enjoy... I tend to think my art tends to come out pretty well. But I also still don't have a lot of confidence in it. I don't really know if I can do much about that. Because a lot of people do tell me my art looks good, and that feels nice to know. But I'm still not super confident in it. So, bigger brush there. There we go. There we go. I'm pretty happy with these designs, though. This one was quite hard to come up with. It took me a while of musing over what I wanted to do to really nail this one down, but eventually I got an image in my head that I wanted. Took me a while, though. Okay. That's good. I'm glad I decided to get a proper playlist for doing art too. So much chiller when I can just listen to music that I like. There we go. Hmm. Okay. Okay, that works. There we go. Okay. That's the actual shape I want. The shape I drew in the last one was kind of nothing. That definitely gets across the idea a lot better. So the idea is this is a split tailcoat. No, that's not right. Oops. The idea is that the fabric of this is being squished. That is now at the wrong angle, so what we're going to do, we're going to grab this, adjust the angle, and then we'll clean it up afterwards. Actually, it doesn't need much cleaning up. Okay, cool. We'll leave the gauntlets for now. So I forgot the back of the hair here. Not a fan. This is in the wrong place. This needs to come further back. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to run a simplify over this. Because this needs moving. That's better. It's definitely looking a lot better. Alright, we gotta do the rest of her body here. My hip is just slightly too low. That's better. Slightly more gradual. There we go. Now we've got a line cutting these off, so we can trim these. Yes, okay, cool. It's better. Yes, okay. We want to keep this relatively as close to the guide as possible for this bit. That's good. Slightly less pointy there, I think. More rounded. There we go. Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay, liking this. Okay. Add a little more detailing in here, and then it's just the gauntlets left. There's certain angles where straight lines are just so much easier to draw. I wonder why that is. Alright, we got the gauntlets, the hair still to clean up. We'll do the gauntlets next. I'll get this line eventually. There we go. Drink some tea. These are at the wrong angle. I need to match the angle of the bottom here. Yes. Like that. Okay. This is the tricky bit. Getting these to look good. Hey, Sun Dragon, welcome in. Well, continuing from yesterday. It may not look like it, but we are. This is the same character. This is just her digital avatar. She gets cute and gets big gloves. It's great. It's so crazy, but I woke up, I saw a TTRPG, and I hopped on. No way! I'd never have guessed. We're drawing the same character as yesterday, just in a different form. The concept behind this is that she's kind of like this cool and collected hot girl in real life. And then when she goes into digital space, she just gets super cute and adorable. And also gets big gloves for reasons. Okay. Big gloves. Okay. We have to draw the other big glove. Yeah. Got some like cushioning here. Oh, I'm gonna redraw that. I've got a better idea. Actually, more like this. I'm just gonna round the edges off, and I think that'll look good. Yeah, that looks good. This is gonna be tricky though. Okay. Change my mind. I think I want this to be a little wider. Like that, yeah. This is tough to draw. This is difficult. And I only have myself to blame for that. Curse of Cool Designs, yeah. I think it's a cool design. It's kind of somewhat inspired by Symphogear. Oh, it's no good. There we go. I do love Big Glove. It's not quite as common as some other big clothing styles, it's usually very fun and stuff. I love Big Glove. Big Glove is really fun. It's a really fun design style. I haven't seen Arcane, but hold on, let me show you my references. So this is the kind of vibe I've been going for. The gloves are kind of loosely inspired by these. I love this. I love this design. It's so good. Symphogear has some really, really cool designs. And it's also gay as heck, which is always a good sign. Yeah. Symphogear, more like Sappho gay. Exactly! You get me. We start with this hand, this finger. Okay. Okay. Symphogear mention! Yeah! I'm using Hibiki as one of my references. Hi, Kalista. Welcome in. Finished chatting all the Symphogear girlies you wanted to add to your Iron and Tomodachi life? Let's go! My Hibiki and Miku finally started dating last night. I'm very happy for them. Shivane's dating Hibiki's mom. That's so funny. It's so good. Your Hibiki and Miku got married within a day of meeting each other. That's amazing. I love that for them. Currently consider each other soulmates. That's so cute. Hi, Mooney. Thank you for the hydrate. There we go. I do this with big sweeps. Keep the lines clean. Okay. It's not quite gonna work. There we go. I think that'll work. I'm just gonna clean this up. Clean that up in a second. Squishes with your mighty paw? Why are we being squished? Hi Koi, welcome in. Cuteness aggression? Oh, I see. Okay. I think this is good. I think this is good. We do now have to design the weapon. I think we do that next. These are the same scale, by the way. This is accurate height. She's like 5'11", something like that. She's quite tall. Maybe even 6 foot. I haven't decided yet. And she's like 4'3", something like that. She's really short. Okay, let's see. We're gonna put this on a new layer. We're just gonna try and like... It's gonna be quite a geometric design, I think. So I think I want the end. How do I want to draw this? No, I've got to do that. Stop it. There we go. I want to have like a... We have the main staff body. How do I actually do this mirror? Is there a mirror tool in... Yes, I can make a ruler. Symmetrical ruler, that's the one. Okay. So the idea is we make the body of the staff is like really long, but we're just gonna keep it short for now. And I have an image in my head, but it's not quite like coming together. That's it. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. So the idea is it's got these like wings to it on it. We're not done yet. There's more to it. So like a little... some kind of thing here. This is the kind of idea. I think this needs to be longer, but we'll sort that out in a minute. Then there's also just a whole ass gun on the end. Turn the ruler off. So, can we do that? Kind of like that. a staff with a gun on the end. I think we move all of this up a little bit, though. I like this. It's pretty simple. The idea is that this barrel is quite long. So that's the basic idea. We'll also have a kind of stock coming back here. Resting on the shoulder. There we go. It's a staff that is also a gun. I quite like that, actually. We can add some, like, greebling and things onto it as well. So have it kind of do this. Okay. I think we just detail this up now. I think we go right into, like, clean lines on this. But I think we need the mirror tool back, so we need the ruler back. There we go. Okay. Don't you want to have these hover a little bit? It's like floating just slightly off the edge. I think that'll look cool. Because they're gonna be like made of light, so I think we keep these kind of hovering off the edge like this. It's the wrong angle though. There we go. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. No, that's not what I wanted to do! Oh no. I pressed the wrong button. There we go. It's back. Well, good. Is there a way to, like, disable this without deleting it? Yes, you just don't show the ruler. Okay. The heck? Yeah, that's better. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. Wow! Heh, got it. Cool. Nice. Okay. Got this. You'd stuff me in your pocket? Why? Why am I getting stuffed in your pocket? Are there snacks in there? Oh, I'm being stolen for later. I see. There'll be a snack in there once you're in there. Oh, I see. What the heck?
Hello.
Hi, Soda Pop. Welcome in. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm making my Fabula Ultima character. Nice, be 3-ish. Okay. Gun stuff. And the idea here is that we just kind of slot this in. Kind of here. It's a little bit bigger. Big stuff. Yeah, that works. Bigger than I expected, actually. The previous mod looked like I was dragging a sensor bar around. That's funny. Okay, well let's try and slot that in place. Actually, what if we... No, I'm gonna try and slot it in place. It's a little too big. That's cool looking. I like that a lot, actually. I like that a lot. Now, lines-wise, we're going to have to erase some of this. But it is just going to be straight lines, because the whole point of this is that she's gripping the bits that don't have the gun on it. Yeah, she's gripping her stuff. Okay, I think it might be time for color. Let's hide the references. What do you think of these layers? Yeah. We also hide this. We delete this ruler because we don't need it anymore. We're going to just move these down so we're kind of on the same level. Cool. I don't think we lose any detail from that either, which is really nice. Okay, let's do some basic color. Once again, I believe that is the only skin she shows. Yes, okay. And this is white. Oops. Fix that. I like the white coat, actually. I think it looks really good. I just realized an issue with this that is going to require me to move it slightly. It doesn't need much, but it does just need moving a little bit. It needs moving down a little bit. Just because this was lined up with that and it would look really weird. It's fine, we can fix it. Okay. How many more white? Yes. Okay, we're gonna have to grab some colors from this one, because we gotta share some color here. I like the idea of having the color schemes kind of matched up between the two versions. Like having some color similarity between the two. Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. You can really believe this is a healer, huh? Okay, this is gold, though, which is not on the other one. Hair-wise, he is going to be blue, but slightly more turquoise than the blue on her coat. Yeah. The expression of unbridled joy. I'm quite pleased with our expression, actually. I think she looks good. I think we make those white. Make that white too. Okay. And this. Maybe do it like this, I think. Oh, I realized I missed a bit. I missed something. There should be a pad there. Oops. I like the fact that the color scheme hasn't really changed between the two. It's just a different emphasis of the color. The color's just got a different emphasis. I also realised I missed a detail out on the legs. We're going to fix that too. It's just to add a little interest down here. Oh. Yeah. Perfect. And that just gives a stripe of colour on the leg. There we go. We're going to just colour all this in first, I think. I might make that black, actually. So the red is kind of out of place. Yeah, I think the black works better. We're going to start shading this and then we'll colour the staff in. I like this a lot. I think this is looking really good. Need to move that aside. I think we're getting a lot of progress here. First thing we got to do is the eye. Singular. It's a better shape. I think we go with I think we might stick with the same eye color. That same kind of orange. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Add glow. That's perfect. I need the fingertip. Smaller brush. Okay. So I'm going to multiply with an extremely dark red color. Which we then fingertip around like this. And then one more add glow layer. Good to see you still at it. You're at work, the old battery factory? Fair enough. I hope you have a decent day at work. There we go. I actually think I want to move the other eye over slightly. I think I want to move this. Just there a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks better. Just fill this in. Yeah, that's better. Okay. It's color burn we use for skin tone? Yes. Dang it. Yeah. That's good. It's just all I think needs to be. No, actually, it doesn't. be like that. Yeah. Needs to be really subtle. Just need to be there. Yeah, okay. We've got to do shading on the eye. Okay, I know what's wrong here. It's an annoying problem, but it is a problem. This eye is too far over, which is a frustrating problem to have because a lot of the line art is tied to that eye's position. Okay. Actually, it wasn't too bad to fix. I was expecting that to be a much harder fix. Yeah, that is definitely better. Okay. We'll save the hair for later. Okay. Let's do the bodysuit first, actually. Right, that's going to be a problem. Not only can't fix, but it is a little annoying. Just have to select manually. Okay. Actually, I have to dip into here for a bit. Need to find a layer I can use. That works. Needed to grab that layer. This won't be a normal layer, this will be a multiply layer. I guess that works. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. I think that works. Gets the idea across. I'll do the coat next. Yeah. Put this bit in. Okay. see. I think that is the move. I think that's going to look best. Shading is difficult. Stepped away for a while, went back and ah! No, not the jaw! Why? Why have you done this? Why have you done this to me, Rixie? Why have you betrayed me? Twitch said you could, I see. This is complicated. I don't know why it's so complicated, it just is. While I'm in there...
Do not make yourself become shrimp!
Alright. I won't let myself become a shrimp. I was actually shrimping quite a bit there.
Make sure you didn't care either.
And I will dink my later. Thank you. Honestly, I was shrimping a lot there. Ow. You have exactly 3 points? I mean, could be worse. Could have no points. 15 points. I see. Literally right after you posted that, you got more. I mean, that is how they work. Yeah, this is looking good. Okay. Okay. Liking this, liking this. I need to do the soles of the feet. I need to not forget that. We've got to clean up a few gaps in the main body of stuff. Tidy this up a bit. Okay. We're going to do the gauntlets, which are going to be a lot, I think. That's going to take a lot of work. We got to do them, so we're going to do them. Maybe they won't take as much work as I think. We'll see. Yeah, definitely going to need a glow layer. Like a shine layer, for sure. What layer is this? This is the new layer I just added, isn't it? Should be a multiply layer. Okay, that kind of works. I think this actually needs to go out here more. Like that, yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry I'm not talking very much, by the way. I'm kind of locked in. Kind of really locked in on this. We do have ads coming up soon, though. A moth in my room. Okay. Shading is really... Shading takes a lot of brain power. It's very easy to make a lot of very silly mistakes shading. So I have to constantly think about how is light hitting this surface. We are going to take an ad break soon, though. Yeah, I think that works. Gets across the idea. I'm going to do the same on this side, but we are going to take an ad break first. So I'm going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll continue the coloring. And we'll see you shortly, everybody. Hi everybody, I'm back. Let's get back to shading. You know, I realized during the ad break, I completely forgot that I burned my fingies earlier. I got so absorbed in drawing that I completely forgot that I'd injured myself. I think that's very funny. Fortunately, I think it also means that I have managed to avoid like a serious burns on my fingers, which I think is nice. I think that's good. I need to rotate this. This is a really awkward. This is a really awkward, there we, Still quite an awkward angle. I think just kind of locked in on drawing right now. There we go. Just got done with art, now you're watching art. I like watching art. I started doing art streams mostly because I liked watching people do art. And I think that's cool. I love watching people draw. Watching people make things is so cool. Well, we are drawing for a tabletop game right now. I love TTRPGs. It's so much fun. Diamonds or hexagons better? It depends on the game, I think. I think it depends on the game. Oops. Okay. I'm not a fan of this. I think that's gonna look bad. Yeah, that's better. This is still a little intense though. Turn this one down. Same with that one. Okay, I think we're looking good now. I think this needs to be dark though. Yeah, okay, this is good. That's looking clean, thank you. We've got to do hair here. But we'll do highlights on this first. So there's an add glow. Needs to be a lot smaller, maybe 12? Okay. Just adding a little depth is the idea. There it is. That looks great. I like that a lot. I think we need a little bit here too, though. Yeah, there we go. Nice. That works really well. Let's see. And just erase this little bit. And this little bit. Yeah, I think we just need a little bit here. Okay, that's looking really good, I think. We might need a second highlight just here, actually. Just a really thin one. Yeah, there we go. Big metal gloves. Still gotta do the hair though, so we'll work on that. I just got the hair tie, actually. I didn't think about that. It's the gloves. Okay, cool. See that? Okay. Hair. I love metal gloves on characters. They're so cool. These ones are somewhat based on... Oh, I turned off the references. These ones. I'm mulling this design idea over for a few days. I'm finally sort of happy with where I've landed on it, and I actually really like how this art's come out. Thank you. I like the wink. I think that's come out really well. This is a weird one. This is a weird shape. Why did I choose such complicated hair? I struggle with hair a lot. Yeah, I think that works. Do this instead. Hold on. Put it like that instead, so it's all dark down there. Does that work? No, it does not. This is the weak link of the hair shading here, this bit. I'm not a fan of it. don't really know how to do it. Could we just do like that maybe? I think that works. Link that bit up. Maybe we can repeat that kind of style and have it kind of... like that maybe? No, it kind of needs to be like this side, like this. Okay, that almost works. If we do it like that instead, I think we have it. I think that's going to work. Yeah, that's going to work. Excellent. Yes, okay, that does work. Excellent. Okay. Let's actually increase that a bit and actually just darken this section a bit more. Grab these. We actually just need to darken this. Most of the top of this. Yeah, that looks better. Do that too. Okay, we have to do highlights on the hair now. Blue does not add glow, we use glow dodge. You look like a magical scientist? That's actually not far off from the concept, so I'm pretty happy with that. She is the party healer. But she is, because this is a sci-fi campaign, so she's like a cool hacker. So she basically is a magic scientist. Okay. Free from your workplace, let's go! Okay. Okay, kind of like that. Now we've got to take some chunks out of these, I think. You've been working so diligently, I've been taking a water break or a stretch break. I've been trying to, yeah. I've been trying to make sure I take breaks. And people have been redeeming make me take a break, so... make me stretch and things, so like, that's been working well. I have been stretching and watering myself, don't worry. second most powerful Ahoge you've ever seen. Glow dodge. Mosen! How are you doing? Not bad, let's go. Thank you, I will unshrimp. And have a drink. Alright, drink time. Okay, I think we have the basic thing down. I want to tweak the shading in the eye, actually. Eyes here, yes. Okay. You. I want to tweak the shading in the eye. You just want to do that. I think that's going to look better. Now, actually, you want to move all of this just very slightly this way. Okay. That's part one done. We'll do the outline shading after we've done all of this. One of my fave classes? In what sense? Tabletop together unrestricted. That's kind of difficult because, like, it depends on the game. Twitch is apparently having a fit with the 7TV ad, and you could see chat, but the window to actually chat was gone, so you tried to clear the cache and all that did was you have to sign back in and summon the agent codes to unlock your authenticator app. If I disable 7TV and refresh, the box shows right up. That's wild. You need to change some of this slightly. Do you want to add that back in? Like that. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's what I was trying to go for. Okay. What I should do, I should just group all of this together and hide it temporarily. Group, hide. There we go. I'm looking forward to playing this character. I think she's going to be really fun. Right, no, we do need this land now. Okay. Okay. Not this. Okay. Now we can grab the black color. Some of the additional detailing. I really love this concept. It's a staff that is also a gun. I actually really love this. I'm really happy with this. We'll save these later because these are a bit special. They need to kind of do their own thing. All right, we got to do some shading on this. I mean, gun staffs are not an entirely unique thing. I can think of 2 games that have used them, but I do love the concept. That works. What's next? Gun cars. Cars with guns on them. Wait, that's just tanks. Accurate. Scott! How you doing? Give you a little shout out there. Everyone go follow Scott. Scott is great. Scott is also one of the other players in this Fabula Ultima game. You finalized your dude, let's go! I'm working on my digital form right now. I got my hand in the way. There she is. This is to scale, by the way. She's a lot shorter. Spent 3 hours drawing. I've spent like so far total. I've spent like 11 hours drawing this character. I'm going quite hard on it because I really like this game. This game's I'm really into this now. Hi Zoe, how you doing? I gotta do some spinning. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets, Zoe. Ooh, you sent me your guy? Let me see. Let me see. I wanna see your guy. Ooh, that's cool. Is this okay to show? Look at my lovely wings go. Yay! Oh, cool. Let me just quickly grab this. Where are we going? There we are. Look at this! This is Scott's guy! This is who Scott's playing in this game. It looks really cool, actually. I love the, like, Oni mask thing. And is that like a... Ooh, that's like a galaxy thing. Wait, that's so cool! And with, like, the Thunder Sword. Oh, it's so cool. That's kind of peak. The Void Puppets, your Arcanist summon. Oh, that's cool. That's cool as heck, actually. That's cool as heck. Yeah, we're gonna take that off. That's cool as heck. Yeah, I've been working on my girl. Oh heck. Let me minimized. This is her this is Juniper when she's in real world space. She looks like this. And she's like a childhood prodigy type character turned anarchist. The only difference is he rolls up his sleeves. That's so peak. This is what she looks like in Digispace. She gets smaller and she gets big gloves. And also a staff, which is also a gun. As you can see. She quite literally has a gun on her staff that she can just flip around and use as a gun. It's horizontal for the shading. There we go. Okay. This is your character's digital form. She looks like a sci-fi spellcaster. Exactly, and that's exactly the vibe I was going for. Clean up this. There we go. Oops. Wrong layer. Do. She is going to be the party healer and spellcaster. I believe she's the only character who actually has any spells whatsoever. is how this is. I think everyone else has spell-like abilities, but not spells, technically. She's technically the only spellcaster. And she can only cast the spells on the internet. Correct. She can only cast spells when she's on the internet. It's too much. It's too thick. This is going to be too narrow. Did you ever play Mega Man Battle Network or Star Force games? I didn't, but I know this is based on... This is loosely inspired by Mega Man Battle Network. There it is. Okay, I think. Close enough. Actually, no. Not close enough. I need to leave space for a highlight. There we go. That works. Okay. We're getting there. The good little action card battle RPGs. I have heard this. I've heard they're good. I just never got around to it. I'm really pleased with how this is coming out, actually. I was a little worried it just wouldn't... It wouldn't end up looking any good, but I actually really like this. I actually really like how this has come out. Okay, we gotta do shading on this now. Just doing that, honestly. And then we raise a little more of that. There we go. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Oh, come on. Fill tool is getting really confused. Oh, I actually don't think that's the right perspective, so we're not going to do that. That looks better. Okay. I actually really like this. I think this looks so good. I'm really happy with this. We do need one more color. We gotta do this on a separate layer though. Decide if I want the... I'm gonna put these on a separate layer so I can decide later if I actually want the outlines on them. I think I probably don't though. Okay, we do gotta get some highlights though. Okay. Okay. We'll fix that up later because I'm not super happy with how that looks. It's too thin. That looks better. Okay, I think that works. Yeah. Okay. I'm definitely getting there. I think we're almost there with the shading, honestly. Soft erase here. Just a gentle gradient on there just to give it a bit more texture. And then I think we actually do a soft erase on all of this to make it a little bit less intense. Yeah, that's definitely the play. Oh, that looks great. That looks great! I'm really happy with this. That was normal for now. I'm really happy with how this is looking. I think we just got our outlining to do now. Yeah, that's what we do. Okay. Which is always a bit of a task. A little careful around the eyelashes. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be good. I'm excited for this. I'm excited for what this is gonna look like when it's done. Banger alert. This really is a fail girl anthem. I first heard this when a friend of mine sent it to me, and it just immediately resonated. I love Bird Brain, it's so good. I need to like... Oh, I didn't actually shade the star. I need to do that. I'll do that in a minute. And I did actually forget the soles of the shoes as well. I completely forgot those. We're almost done though. It's not huge to do that, so it won't take too long. Okay. Okay. Yes, that is how that works. Let's go back and shade the couple of bits I missed because I'm a fool. God, I love Bird Brain. It's so good. There we go. That looks great. And it's just the soles of the shoes left. We'll quickly do those. Let's just see what we're missing a bit there. Add that back in a minute. Getting there. There we go. Back to the outlining. That's a better colour, for sure. Okay. Yeah, we're making progress. I'm liking how this is turning out. Be a bit careful here. And like right here, because there's another line like right next to this. There it is. Okay, cool. What's happened there? Is there a little dip there? Gotta fix that. Go. It's gonna... Oop. Back to outline colors. Yes. Okay. Okay. Be careful here. It's gonna be a nightmare. Clean up. There we go. Go do this bit though. Okay. Okay. Also gotta do some on the gauntlets too, I think. We might not. I'll have to have a look. That's good. Okay. No, that's not going to be the white outline, I don't think. This will be... No, we'll use the metal outline for those. Here's one bit that does need to be the white outline though, and that's here. Ooh, this is complicated. This is complicated outlining. We'll do the gold on the star next. That's better. So it doesn't get lost in there. This color. Okay. Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice. Alright, blue next, I think. We have a blue outline color here, which is this. I do like that she's using the same, pretty much the same color scheme in both forms. They're just a completely different balance of the colors. I'm actually really pleased with that.
You deserve the glass of water.
Thank you, Bucket. I will. Waiter consumed. Also, welcome in, Bucket. Nice to see you. It's been a super chill day so far. I was kind of expecting to have to end earlier, because I had a horrible headache when this stream started, but I didn't want to skip a stream again. And now, almost 6 hours later, am I hyper-focusing? A little bit! I'm a little bit hyper-focusing, I'm not gonna lie. That is a little bit true, yes. I am extremely locked in on this art, and honestly, I'm really liking how it's coming out. I'm really liking this. I'm very happy with it. What it was needed, it was. I had not drunk anything in quite a while. I tend to get very hype. I tend to hyper focus on art quite a lot actually when I go into them. When I go into art streams like this. It's looking good. Thank you. I appreciate you saying so. I like it. I think it's going well. I wasn't sure how it would come out. I was a bit nervous about it because I had a design in my head, but it's one of those things where like I'm never sure I can get it to paper in a way that's like satisfactory. But I could, and I'm very happy that I could. I missed a bit there. What TTRPG is this for? This is for a game, a system called Fabula Ultima. I was invited to a game recently, and I put together a character, and now I'm drawing her. Fabula Ultima is a really, really cool system. I haven't had a chance to play it before, so I'm really looking forward to getting a chance to. Oh, my voice is going. It's a system kind of based on things like Final Fantasy, Tales. and stuff like that. But we are... Oh, right. Okay, that's fine. We are basing it on... I thought I got some of the coloring wrong. We are running a game based a little bit on Mega Man Battle Network. It's a TTRPG, yeah. It's exactly what it is. And it's got some really, really cool systems in it, and I'm really excited to get a chance to actually play it. Yeah, it's super neat. Okay, I think we gotta do the metal next. This is the same character, by the way. This is... We're doing the whole, like, Mega Man Battle Network thing, so she's, like, got a real-world persona and a digital persona. So when she goes into the digital world, she looks like this. And when she's in the real world, she looks like this. And I think that's a really, really neat idea. And it's a really freeform system, and I'm really excited to play it. Is anyone playing a burly girl whose digital persona is a really cute girl? I don't think so. Scott is playing a character who's he apparently just finalized it earlier. Whose only difference in the digital and real world is that he rolls up his sleeves, which I think is very funny. OCO is playing a character who is a motorbike in the real world, which is kind of awesome, actually. And I'm playing Skull, who is a anarchist hacker in the real world and a magical girl in the digital world. Motorbike the vehicle, yes, she's a motorbike in the real world. She's a sentient motorbike. It's peak. It's so peak. Oops. You want someone to play a smart fridge? That would be really funny. That would be really funny. I'm really pleased with how this design's shaping up. I know I keep saying that. I was really nervous about drawing this because I wasn't sure it would come out well. But I'm really happy with how it looks. Online persona is just Shiva. That is peak. That is a peak idea. That's really funny. Go. These gauntlets. Why did I come up with a character who has massive gauntlets? These are really hard to draw. It's like, hey, you know how hands are really hard to draw? Why don't we just make that worse? Why don't we make it even harder? That's fun, right? And the worst part is I did this to myself. No one forced me to do this. Well familiar with self-inflicted difficulties. Yeah. You have no one to blame but myself. I'm not gonna lie, I'm having fun. I'm genuinely having a lot of fun with this. It's fun to draw, even if it's really difficult, actually. I think the fact that it's difficult, but I'm not, like, failing miserably at it is nice. If it's not the consequences of my own actions, exactly. Exactly. Oh, heck. I forgot those are outlined. I think I have a favorite thing about this design, though. I think my favorite thing about this design is that both forms use the same color scheme. They both use the same color scheme. They just completely vary up the amounts that the colors used to give a very, very different vibe. And I like that so much. I think that's really cool. I'm really happy with that. Okay. We just have to do the weapon now, which should be relatively quick. For the most part, it's just going to be dropping in the metal color. There's some. I gotta check the like joins between the two layers so I can tweak stuff a bit, because there's some subtleties there. I'm so happy with how this looks. I'm really excited to play this game. I was so worried about this. I'm just gonna get solid black again for a couple of these. That work for D&D is always fun. It's like kind of like modding Skyrim, but you get to play it longer and you have more fun. Kind of. I love TTRPGs so much. Yay, pets! Thanks for the pets, bud. I always love getting pets. I think it's a little bit fairy phobic of life that I don't get head pats very much in real life. Yeah. Didn't play too many, but had fun with the one that you did. I was trying to have fun with the character. Yeah, I think the thing about TTRPGs is that I find the most fun way to play is just to play a character that is interesting and you are interested by personally. They don't have to be effective. They don't have to be like hyper built, like hyper min maxed or anything. In fact, it's often better if they're not, and they're actually a little suboptimal in some ways. But as long as you're having fun with your character, I think that means you're winning. I think you're winning if you're having fun with your character. Okay, I want to do one. Wait, I missed a bit. And the previous one. Okay. We missed the anti. Okay, I think the last thing to do this. You have a problem when you have the most fun trying to break systems, pulling off unorthodox things. Like one time in D&D, my polar bear man monk decided to try carrying a bucket of fire elemental's bath lava. It was a great idea, and we each forgot about it until the last boss was an ice witch they were supposed to die to, since it was one shot. Oh no! That's incredible. That's really funny. You know what, gamers? I think we might be done. Ah, she looks so good! I'm so pleased with her! I'm so pleased with how this came out! Look at these two! I mean, this one person, but... You just got here and you agree she looks great? Thank you! I'm really happy with this. I think she looks really good. I'm really happy with how that came out. Bipolarity. Alright, everybody. It is getting late here. My headache is coming back. I'm gonna find someone to raid into. Thank you for hanging out, folks. Let's see who's live. I'm sorry you just got here. I'm feeling very I need to rest. I apologize. Alright, let's see who can we go into. There's a few lovely people going right now. Thanks for hanging out, everybody! I hope you've all had a good time. I've had a good time. You know what? Let's go do some Everything is Crab. Let's go to some Everything is Crab. Everything is Crab is really fun. We'll go see Goosey Bee. Thank you very much for hanging out, everybody. I always appreciate you being here, and I am very, very happy to have been able to do a little art stream for everybody today. I haven't had a lot of fun. I might be live on Saturday, I'm not sure. Yay, but I think I'm live with some Elden Ring on Saturday. But thank you so much for hanging out, everybody! Yeah. Please be nice to Goosey Bee. Just say hello. Say something nice. They're a good bean. And I will see you all when I see you all, I guess. I'm gonna get myself some food and some rest. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I always love hanging out with y'all. I'll definitely be streaming next week, and we'll definitely be doing some more Tomodachi Life next week. I'm looking forward to that. There have been developments on the island, and they're a lot of fun. And I'm sure there will be more by the time we actually get to streaming again. But I will see you all very soon. Thank you for hanging out, everybody, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Goodbye for now.